Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So, get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting that subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. Deep within the ancient halls of Moria, where shadows danced like living things across walls that remembered the glory of ages past, the air itself seemed to hold its breath. The clash of staff against flame echoed through chambers carved by master craftsmen long dead, as two beings of immense power engaged in a battle that would shape the fate of Middle-earth. Gandalf the Grey, his robes swirling around him like storm clouds, stood firm against the terrifying majesty of his opponent. The Balrog of Morgoth towered before him, a creature of shadow and flame, its dark form nearly brushing the vaulted ceiling of the great chamber. The demon's wings, vast sheets of shadow, spread from wall to wall, while its eyes blazed with the fury of 1,000 forges. But something was different about this confrontation. As their weapons met in a shower of sparks that illuminated the darkness like fallen stars, both beings felt an inexplicable pull drawing them deeper into the mountain's heart. The very stones beneath their feet seemed to whisper ancient secrets, guiding them toward something long forgotten. Their battle led them through vast halls and narrow passages, neither fully in control of their direction. Ancient dwarven runes flickered to life as they passed, casting an ethereal blue glow that mixed strangely with the Balrog's flames. The air grew thick with power, ancient and raw, until at last they found themselves in a chamber unlike any other in Moria. Here, in a perfect circular room with walls of polished black stone, stood a single pedestal of white marble. Upon it rested what appeared to be a crystal, but as both Gandalf and the Balrog laid eyes upon it, they realized it was something far more significant. The crystal pulsed with a light that seemed to come from the very dawn of creation, a light both remembered from their days in Valinor. It was a Silmaril of prophecy, one of the lost artifacts of the Valar, thought destroyed in the breaking of the world. As its light touched them, something extraordinary happened. The Balrog's flames dimmed, and for the first time in millennia, its true form became visible, a being of noble bearing, twisted by corruption, but not beyond recognition. In that moment, Gandalf saw not an enemy, but a fellow Maya, one who had walked the gardens of Valinor in the time before. The Silmaril's light grew stronger, and with it came a voice that both heard not with their ears, but in the depths of their being. It spoke of an ancient prophecy, laid down by the Valar themselves. In the heart of the mountain where darkness dwells, two paths shall meet, and one must choose. The price of sealing shadows well is power's light, forever lost to use. Memories flooded both beings, memories of a time before corruption, before the great sundering that had turned them into enemies. The Balrog, who had once been known as Arnor, the Radiant, remembered his fall, how Morgoth's whispered promises had turned his desire to create into a lust for destruction. Gandalf remembered too he had known Arnor in Valinor, had walked with him in the gardens of Lorien. The prophecy's meaning became clear. Only through the willing sacrifice of a being of great power could the darkness in Moria be sealed forever. This was not just about their battle anymore. It was about the fate of all who had ever passed through these ancient halls. The Balrog's flames flickered, and for the first time in ages, it spoke not in roars, but in words. I remember you, Olrin, The name struck Gandalf like a physical blow, his true name, unused since he had taken form as a wizard of Middle-earth. "And I remember you, Arnor," Gandalf replied softly, his staff lowered slightly. "I remember the light you once were." The chamber trembled, darkness seeping from the walls like water. The prophecy had awakened something in the depths. The very evil that had corrupted Moria was stirring, threatening to rise and spread across the land like a plague. The choice lay before them. One would have to sacrifice their power, their very essence, to seal the darkness forever. Gandalf, guardian of Middle-earth, knew his duty was to protect the world of men and elves. Yet as he raised his staff, ready to begin the ritual of sacrifice, the Balrog moved. Arnor's corrupted form straightened to its full height, and in its burning eyes, Gandalf saw something he had not seen in an age clarity. "I have walked in darkness for too long." The Balrog spoke, its voice like rolling thunder. "Perhaps this is my path to redemption." Before Gandalf could react, the Balrog stretched out its arms and began to chant in the ancient tongue of the Aenir. Its flames, once tools of destruction, began to shine with a different light, pure and clean, like the first fires of creation. The Silmarils' light joined with the Balrog's transformed flame, and together they began to push back the darkness. Gandalf watched in awe as Arnor's form began to dissolve, not into shadow this time, but into pure light. The Balrog's last words echoed through the chamber. "Remember me as I was, Olrin, not as what I became." The sacrifice was complete. Where the Balrog had stood, a pillar of white flame now burned, permanent and pure, sealing the darkness of Moria behind walls of light. The Silmaril, its purpose fulfilled, faded to a simple crystal, its power spent in the ritual of redemption. Gandalf stood alone in the chamber, leaning heavily on his staff. He felt the weight of ages in his heart, but also a glimmer of hope. Through sacrifice and remembrance, even the darkest of falls could lead to redemption. As he made his way back through the halls of Moria, the dwarven runes glowed not with their usual blue light, but with a warm, golden radiance. The darkness had been sealed, not through violence or destruction, but through an act of supreme sacrifice. The last light of Moria would burn forever, a testament to the power of redemption and the strength required to choose the light after an age of darkness. And in years to come, those who passed through the halls of Moria would speak of a strange warmth that filled the ancient chambers, and of a light that seemed to guide travelers safely through its depths. Few knew the true story of that light's origin, but Gandalf never forgot. In quiet moments, he would remember Arnor as he had been in Valinor, and as he had been in his final moments, not a demon of shadow and flame, but a being of light who had found his way home at last. Story 2. The air in Moria's depths crackled with ancient power as Gandalf raised his hand, Narya's ruby gleaming like a captured flame upon his finger. Before him, the Balrog's shadow stretched across the carved walls of the dwarven kingdom, its flames casting writhing shadows that seemed to dance with malevolent intent. But in this moment, deep beneath the mountain's heart, something unprecedented was about to unfold. Gandalf had not intended to use Narya's power this way. The Ring of Fire was meant to inspire hope and courage in others, not to pierce the veil of memory. Yet as the Balrog's whip cracked through the air like thunder, time seemed too slow, and the ring's power surged through him in an unexpected way. The chamber filled with a light that was neither the orange glow of the Balrog's flames nor the white radiance of Gandalf's staff, but something older, a light that spoke of Valinor's shores. The first memory struck like lightning. Gandalf found himself standing in the gardens of Lorien, but not as the Grey Pilgrim. He was Olrin again, walking among his fellow Mire. And there, gleaming with inner light and nobility, stood the being that would become the Balrog. Balakar was his name then, a spirit of fire and creation, beloved by all for his skill in crafting wonders from flame. The Balrog roared, sensing the intrusion into its ancient memories. Its counterattack came not with flame or shadow, but with a psychic assault that dragged Gandalf into its own remembrance. Suddenly, they were both there, witnessing Morgoth's seduction of Valakar, watching as promises of greater power and freedom to create without the Valar's restrictions slowly corrupted the once noble spirit. These memories are not yours to witness. The Balrog's voice thundered through both the physical chamber and their shared mental space, its words carrying the weight of millennia of darkness. Yet, they call to me, old friend, Gandalf replied, his voice steady despite the strain. As does the light you once were, their battle transformed into something unprecedented. Each blow exchanged unlocked another fragment of shared history. The Balrog's whip cracked against Gandalf's magical shield, and both were transported to the forging of the first stars. Gandalf's staff struck the creature's flame-wreathed form, and they witnessed the raising of the Pelennor Mountains together. Through it all, Narya pulsed with increasing power, its essence recognizing something in the Balrog that none had suspected, a fragment of the same creative fire that the ring itself embodied. The very foundations of Moria trembled as past and present collided in their conflict. They fought through ancient halls where dwarven craftsmanship still gleamed, despite the ages of darkness, each chamber triggering new cascades of memory. In a vast throne room, where the remnants of golden pillars reached toward the distant ceiling, they remembered together the first rising of the sun. In a forgotten forge, where mithril veins still glittered in the walls, they saw again the awakening of the elves by Cuivinen's shores. But it was in a small, circular chamber, its walls inscribed with tales of dwarven lore, that the most crucial memory emerged. Here, Gandalf saw through the Balrog's own eyes the moment of its final fall, not the corruption by Morgoth, which had been gradual, but the instant when Valakar had chosen to suppress the last remnant of his original nature. It was a moment of such profound loss that even now, millennia later, the chamber's very stones seemed to weep at its remembrance. The Balrog staggered under the weight of this exposed truth, its flames flickering like a candle in a wind. You had poisoned me with what was lost. It growled, but the words held more anguish than rage. Not poison, Gandalf countered, even as he maintained his defensive stance. Heal. Remember who you were, Valakar. Remember the joy you took in creation, not destruction. For a moment, something shifted in the Balrog's burning eyes, a flicker of recognition, perhaps even longing. But the darkness that had dwelt there for ages would not be so easily displaced. The creature gathered its power, shadow, and flame coalescing into a storm of primal force. Yet as it prepared to strike, Narya flared one final time. The ring's power, combined with the weight of all their shared memories, created a bridge between their minds that neither could fully resist. In that moment of perfect connection, both beings understood a fundamental truth. They were reflections of each other, both Maiar who had walked different paths, but carried within them the same divine spark of creation. The Balrog's attack faltered. In the space between one heartbeat and the next, a choice presented itself: to remain forever locked in this battle of past against present, or to acknowledge the truth that their shared memories had revealed. But darkness had ruled the Balrog's heart for too long. With a roar that shook loose ancient stones from the ceiling, it broke the mental connection, though not without cost. As shadow and flame once again filled the chamber, there was something different in the way they moved, less chaotic, touched perhaps by the echo of what had once been. Gandalf stood firm, Narya's light dimming but not extinguished. The battle would continue, as it must, but something had fundamentally changed. In revealing their shared past, a possible future had also been glimpsed, one where redemption, however distant, remained a possibility. As they prepared to resume their conflict, the walls of Moria seemed to hold their breath, wondering if this moment of recognition would be enough to change the course of their fates. The answer would be written not in the memories they had shared, but in the choices they would make in the moments to come, as their battle carried them toward their destiny at the peak of Zirek-Ziggle. Story 3. Lightning split the storm, darkened sky above Zirek-Ziggle's peak, illuminating two figures locked in an ancient dance of combat. Gandalf the Grey stood resolute, his staff blazing with white fire against the tempest, while the Balrog of Moria towered before him, its form a terrifying marriage of shadow and flame. They had fought their way from the depths of the earth to this windswept summit, where the very air crackled with power that had not been felt since the elder days. The battle had begun 3 days ago, in the lightless depths of Moria. Now, as thunder rolled across the mountain peaks like the drums of the Valar themselves, both beings showed signs of their epic struggle. Gandalf's gray robes were torn and singed, while the Balrog's flames flickered and wavered in the driving rain, yet burned on with unholy persistence. But there was something different about this conflict, something that set it apart from any battle fought in the long years since the First Age. With each strike of the Balrog's fiery whip, with each parry of Gandalf's gleaming blade glamdring, more than just power was being exchanged. Stories were being told, ancient truths revealed in the language of combat. The Balrog's first attack came with a roar that shook loose stones from the mountain peak. As its whip of flame carved burning sigils in the air, Gandalf saw more than just fire. He saw the creature's memories of its fall, of the moment it had pledged itself to Morgoth's service. The very pattern of its attack was a confession, a tale of pride and ambition twisted into darkness. So much power, Gandalf murmured, deflecting the whip with his staff, and all of it bent to destruction. His counterstrike carried its own story, a reminder of the beauty the Balrog had once helped to create before its corruption. The creature recoiled, not from the physical blow, but from the weight of the memory it carried. Above them, the storm intensified. Lightning danced from cloud to cloud, drawing patterns that mirrored the ancient runes of power etched into the mountain's bones. Each thunderclap seemed to mark another chapter in their battle, another revelation in their deadly dialogue. The Balrog's next assault came as a wave of darkness that threatened to extinguish Gandalf's light. But within that darkness, the wizard perceived something unexpected, not just anger and malice, but pain. The creature's shadows spoke of the agony of transformation, of what it had cost to turn from a being of creation to one of destruction. You remember, don't you? Gandalf called out over the howling wind, what you were before the darkness. His words carried the power of Narya, the ring of fire he bore, and for a moment, the Balrog's flames shifted from angry red to a pure, more ancient light. The creature's response was a bellow of defiance that sent tremors through the mountain. Its next attack pattern changed, becoming more intricate, more desperate. In the way it wielded its flames, Gandalf read the story of its battles in the First Age, of cities burned and kingdoms toppled. But beneath the tales of destruction, there was something else, a longing for what had been lost. Day turned to night, and back to day as they fought on. The storm never ceased, as if nature itself was bearing witness to this clash of primordial powers. Every exchange between them revealed more of their shared history, not as enemies, but as fellow Mire, spirits who had sung in the great music of creation before the world was made. On the third day, as dawn struggled to penetrate the storm clouds, the battle reached its crescendo. The Balrog gathered its remaining strength into one devastating attack, its form growing until it seemed to fill the sky. The very air ignited around them, and in that moment of supreme power, its flames told the final chapter of its story, the tale of its ultimate choice, when it had embraced darkness completely. Gandalf stood unwavering before this onslaught. In his mind, he heard the echoes of the music of the Aenir, the great song that had shaped the world. His staff and sword moved in harmony with that ancient melody, and his next words carried the weight of ages. Their tale need not end in darkness. Their powers met in a collision that illuminated the mountain like a second sun. In that blinding moment, past and present merged. The Balrog's flames spoke of regret, of choices that could not be unmade. Gandalf's light carried understanding, and with it, the possibility, however small, of redemption. But some falls run too deep for redemption to reach. The Balrog's final roar held all the anguish of its long corruption, all the weight of its terrible deeds. Its form began to dissolve, not into the darkness it had embraced, but into a pure flame, as if, in its final moments, it remembered what it had once been. Gandalf, his own strength nearly spent, watched as his ancient adversary fell from the peak of Zirak-Zigil. The creature's descent left a trail of fire against the storm-dark sky, but these flames were different. They burned with a clean light that spoke not of destruction, but of release. The wizard collapsed upon the snow-covered peak, his own tale of sacrifice not yet complete. But he had learned something in this battle that few had ever understood, that even in the darkest of falls, a spark of original grace remains, waiting to be remembered. As consciousness slipped away from him, Gandalf glimpsed a final vision not of the Balrog as it had become, but as it had been in the beginning, a being of light and purpose. In that moment, he understood that their battle had been more than just a conflict between good and evil. It had been a dialogue between what was and what could have been, a story told in the language of fire and wisdom, echoing through the ages of the world. Story 4. The fall seemed endless. Through darkness, they plummeted, wizard and Balrog, locked in their eternal struggle, until the very fabric of reality began to tear around them. The bridge of Moria had long vanished above, and even the notion of above had lost all meaning in this lightless void. Yet as they fell, something extraordinary happened. The darkness began to shift, to change, to transform into something else entirely. Gandalf felt it first, a rippling in the air that spoke not of present danger, but of ancient power. His staff's light, which had been holding the Balrog's darkness at bay, suddenly flared with an intensity that illuminated not space, but time itself. The void around them crystallized into fragments of memory, shards of history that cut through the darkness like broken glass. They were falling not through space, but through time itself. The first transition came without warning. One moment, they were plummeting through darkness. The next, they were standing in the grand halls of Angband, Morgoth's fortress in the First Age. The walls dripped with dark power, and the air itself seemed to corrupt everything it touched. The Balrog, momentarily confused by the sudden shift, lowered its whip of flame. This is where it began. The creature spoke, its voice like volcanic rock grinding against itself. Where I chose power over service, Gandalf, maintaining his defensive stance, observed their surroundings with growing understanding. "The moment of your corruption," he said softly. "But why have we been brought here?" Before the Balrog could respond, reality shifted again. The dark halls of Angband dissolved into the pristine gardens of Valinor, where the light of the two trees still illuminated the blessed realm. Here, they saw a figure of incredible beauty and power, the Balrog as it had once been, a Maya named Caleron, serving in the forges of all alongside others of its kind. The present day Balrog's flames flickered uncertainly as it watched its past self. "This cannot be changed," it growled. But there was something new in its voice, something that might have been regret. "Perhaps not," Gandalf replied, lowering his staff slightly. But it can be understood, time rippled around them once more, and they found themselves witnessing critical moments throughout history. The corruption of the first Balrogs, the great battles of the First Age, the fall of Gondolin. With each shift, the barriers between past and present grew thinner, and both beings began to understand the true nature of their journey. "We are being shown these moments for a purpose," Gandalf said, watching as another scene materialized around them, the forging of the Rings of Power. Each ripple in time threatens to unravel the very fabric of Middle-earth's history, the Balrog. Its flames, now burning with a more contemplative intensity, turned its gaze upon the wizard. "You understand, then, that any attempt to change my past could destroy everything that is to come?" More scenes flashed around them. The rise of Sauron, the fall of Enmenor, the last alliance of elves and men. Each moment was connected to the others like threads in a vast tapestry, and any attempt to pull one thread threatened to unravel the entire design. "We must find our way back," Gandalf declared, "but not before we understand why we were brought here." The temporal maelstrom around them began to stabilize, settling on a single, crucial moment, the instant before Calaran pledged itself to Morgoth's service. They watched as the Dark Lord's promises of power and freedom worked their way into the Maya's heart, witnessed the exact moment when doubt became decision. "I remember this," the Balrog said, its voice carrying echoes of its former self. "The promise of unlimited creation, unfettered by the rules of the Valar, and the price?" Gandalf asked quietly. "Everything I was." The scene held steady, frozen in that moment of choice. Both beings understood now that they were being offered not a chance to change history, but to understand it. The Balrog's corruption had not been a simple fall into darkness, but a complex web of choices and consequences that had shaped the very history of Middle-earth. Reality began to shift again, but this time violently. The temporal energies that had brought them here were becoming unstable, threatening to trap them forever in this space between moments. The Balrog's flames surged with sudden urgency. "The timeline is collapsing," it warned. "We must return, or be lost forever in the void between moments." Gandalf raised his staff, its light pulsing in rhythm with the temporal distortions around them. "Together then," he said. "What was once sundered must be unified, if only for a moment. To break free of this trap," the Balrog understood. In this space between times, they were not merely enemies, but two aspects of the same divine power, the creative force, that had helped shape the world in its beginning. Their power, united, might be enough to tear through the fabric of time and return them to their proper moment. As reality crumbled around them, Wizard and Balrog joined their powers light and shadow, creation and destruction, wisdom and power. The resulting surge of energy tore through the temporal prison that held them, catapulting them back toward their own time. They emerged from the time stream not at the bottom of Moria's depths, but partway up the endless stair, their battle destined to continue to its fated conclusion on Ziril's peak. But something had changed between them. The Balrog's flames burned with a different quality now, carrying echoes of its former glory, while Gandalf's light held a deeper understanding of the price of corruption. Their combat resumed as it must, but it was no longer merely a battle between light and darkness. It had become something more, a dance between what was and what could have been, between choice and consequence, between the weight of history and the hope of redemption. As they fought their way up toward the mountain's peak, both beings carried with them the knowledge gained in their temporal journey. The past could not be changed, But it could be understood, and in understanding lay the seeds of wisdom that would shape all the ages to come. Story 5, deep within the ancient halls of Moria, where shadow and stone had held their secrets for millennia, an otherworldly melody began to rise. It wasn't a sound that could be heard with mortal ears, but rather a resonance that spoke to the very foundations of Middle-earth itself. As Gandalf the Grey stood before the Balrog on the narrow bridge of Moria, his staff raised in defiance, he felt the first notes of that primordial song stirring in his heart. The Balrog towered above him, its form a terrifying fusion of shadow and flame, but something was different about this encounter. With each crack of its fiery whip, with each roar that shook loose ancient stones from the ceiling, Gandalf perceived more than just the demon's rage. He heard music, the same divine melody that had shaped the world during its creation. You remember it too, don't you? Gandalf's voice carried across the chasm, steady despite the inferno that raged before him. The great music of the Aenir, the Balrog's flames flickered for a moment, its burning eyes fixing upon the wizard with an intensity that spoke of recognition. When it moved again, its attacks took on a different quality, less chaotic, more rhythmic, as if following the beat of that ancient song. Glamdring, Gandalf's elven blade, began to hum with a peculiar resonance as it parried the Balrog's strikes. Each clash of weapon against flame produced not just sparks, but notes in an ever-growing symphony. The very stones of Moria seemed to vibrate in harmony with their battle. As they fought, memories of Valinor began to surface in both beings' minds. The Balrog had not always been a creature of shadow and flame. Once it had been Kalanir, a Maya of great power and beauty, who had helped forge the very mountains of Arda. Its fire had once been used to create, not destroy. There is still a spark of your original nature within you, Gandalf called out, even as he deflected another powerful blow. I can see it in the pattern of your flames. The Balrog's response was a roar that shook the cavern, but in its voice, there was a note of something beyond rage, perhaps pain, perhaps longing. Its next attack came not as raw destruction, but as a complex weaving of fire that spoke of its memories of creation. Their battle moved beyond the bridge, through ancient halls where dwarven craftsmanship still gleamed despite ages of darkness. Each chamber they passed through added its own notes to the growing symphony of their conflict. In a vast hall supported by columns carved like ancient trees, the acoustics of the space transformed their battle into a dance of light and shadow. Narria, the ring of fire that Gandalf bore, began to pulse with increasing intensity. Its power recognized something in the Balrog's flames, a reflection of its own essence, a reminder that both ring and demon had their origins in the same creative force that had shaped the world. As they fought, the melody grew stronger, and with it came a revelation. The Balrog's corruption was not complete. Deep within its core of flame and shadow, a tiny spark of its original nature remained untouched by Morgoth's influence. This spark resonated with the great music, creating a dissonance with the darkness that had consumed the rest of its being. Their combat took them deeper into Moria, to places where even the dwarves had never ventured. Here, in chambers older than the kingdom itself, ancient runes began to glow in response to their presence. The walls themselves seemed to remember the time before corruption, when all fire served the purpose of creation rather than destruction. Listen, Gandalf commanded, his voice carrying the power of ages. Listen to the song that still lives within you. For a moment, the Balrog's flames stilled. In that brief pause, the music of creation rang clear through the halls of Moria. The creature's form seemed to shift, its shadows becoming less dense, its flames burning with a purer light. But the moment of recognition brought with it a terrible choice. To acknowledge its original nature would mean facing the weight of all it had done since its corruption. The pain of that awareness proved too great to bear. The Balrog's next attack came with renewed fury, but now Gandalf understood its true nature. Each strike was not just an attempt to destroy, but a denial of what it had once been. The demon fought not just against the wizard, but against the very memory of its uncorrupted self. Their battle reached its crescendo in a circular chamber deep within the mountain. Here, where the bones of the earth lay exposed, their conflict took on its final form. The great music swelled around them, each note a reminder of what had been lost and what might still be saved. Gandalf raised his staff high, its light merging with Narya's power. "You need not remain forever in darkness," he declared, his words carrying the weight of truth. "The fire within you can burn for creation once again." The Balrog's response was a blast of flame and shadow that forced them both into the abyss. As they fell, time seemed too slow, and in that eternal moment, both beings heard it clearly, the pure note of creation that still rang within the Balrog's core, unchanged despite millennia of corruption. Their fall would take them to new depths, where their battle would continue until its fated conclusion on the peak of Zirrexigel. But something had fundamentally changed. The Balrog's flames now carried an echo of their original purpose, and Gandalf had gained understanding of a truth long forgotten, that even in the darkest of falls, a spark of divine creation remains, waiting to be remembered. The Dance of Eternal Flames, as it would later be known in the hidden histories of Middle-earth, was more than just a battle between good and evil. It was a moment when the very music of creation rang through the halls of Moria, reminding all who could hear it that even the deepest corruption cannot fully extinguish the light of original grace. Story 6. Deep beneath the misty mountains, where ancient stones whispered tales of forgotten ages, the halls of Moria held secrets darker than its deepest minds. The Fellowship's torches cast dancing shadows on walls that had witnessed thousands of years of history, but none knew that these same walls concealed a truth that could reshape the destiny of Middle-earth itself. Gandalf's weathered hands traced the faint runes etched into the chamber's wall, his eyes narrowing as he translated their ancient warning. The rest of the Fellowship had settled for the night in a defensive position, but sleep eluded the Grey Wizard. These markings were different from the common dwarvish scripts. They were older, more primitive, bearing the unmistakable signature of the First Age. The air grew heavy with an ancient power, and Gandalf felt the familiar presence before he heard the approaching footsteps. The darkness behind him deepened, taking on a form that radiated both shadow and flame. The Balrog of Moria had arrived for their secret meeting, just as it had countless times over the millennia. The seals weakened. Ol Rin, the creature's voice resonated through the chamber, a sound like volcanic rocks grinding together. Though wreathed in flame and darkness, the Balrog's speech carried echoes of its ancient nobility, remnants of its days as a Maya in the forges of all. Gandalf nodded grimly. "I feel it too." And Ron, he used the Balrog's original name from before its fall, a name that meant Fireheart in the ancient tongue. The Fragments stirs more strongly than ever before. Their gazes turned to the intricate patterns on the floor, barely visible beneath centuries of dust. These were no mere decorative markings, but rather an elaborate magical seal, one of many layered throughout Moria. Together, they contained something far worse than any Balrog, a splinter of Morgoth's original power, torn from the Dark Vala during the War of Wrath and sealed away by the combined efforts of the Valar. The One Ring's awakening has disturbed the old magic sin, Ron observed, its flame-wreathed form reflecting off the polished stone. The fragment responds to its master's essence, even diluted through Sauron's craft. This was the truth that none in Middle-earth suspected. The Balrog remained in Moria, not out of choice or hatred, but as a guardian. Gandalf's periodic visits to the ancient dwarf kingdom were not merely to monitor the evil within, but to renew the seals that kept that evil contained. Their legendary enmity was a carefully crafted deception, necessary to maintain the secrecy of their true purpose. The Fellowship cannot know, Gandalf said, his voice heavy with the weight of centuries of secrecy. If word of what lies here ever reached Sauron, he left the thought unfinished, but both beings understood the implications. If the Dark Lord learned of the Fragments' existence, he would stop at nothing to claim it, potentially becoming more powerful than Morgoth himself. The Balrog's wings shifted, casting moving shadows across the chamber. Then we must proceed as always. The ritual combat, the renewal of the seals through our displayed power, there was a note of weariness in its volcanic voice, a fatigue born of ages of maintaining their elaborate charade. But as they began their preparations, something felt different. The very air seemed to vibrate with malevolent energy, and the runes on the walls began to emit a sickly purple glow. Both Gandalf and the Balrog froze, recognizing the signs. The fragment, and Ron growled, "It's never been this active before," deep beneath their feet. Something ancient and terrible stirred. The seals, weakened by the One Ring's growing power, were beginning to crack. Both Maya could feel the malevolent consciousness reaching out, trying to break free of its prison. What followed was a desperate race against time. The Fellowship, awakened by tremors, began making their way through Moria's halls, unaware that above them, Gandalf and the Balrog were engaged in an intricate magical ritual designed to strengthen the seals. But with each passing moment, the fragment's power grew stronger, feeding off the ring's proximity. Their carefully maintained charade began to unravel. The tremors grew worse, and the seals started to fail faster than they could repair them. The Fellowship drew closer, and both Gandalf and the Balrog realized they faced an impossible choice: maintain their secret and risk the fragment breaking free, or reveal the truth and face the consequences of their millennia-old deception. The decision was made for them when the bridge of Moria began to crack, not from age or weakness, but from the fragment's growing power below. The Fellowship arrived to find Gandalf and the Balrog standing together, their combined powers focused on containing the evil attempting to break free. "What sorcery is this?" Boromir demanded, his sword drawn but his eyes wide with confusion at the sight of the supposed enemies working in concert. "There is no time for full explanations," Gandalf called out, his staff blazing with white light as he fought to maintain the failing seals. "The evil we contain here must not break free, even if the truth of our pact must be revealed." The Balrog's flames burned brighter as it channeled its power into the ancient wards, its voice echoing through the chamber. "Choose quickly, Olrin. The seals will not hold much longer." In that moment, Gandalf made the hardest decision of his long existence. "Frodo," he called to the ring-bearer, "you must go on without me. The ring's presence here makes the danger greater with each passing moment." But Gandalf, Frodo began, taking a step forward. "No." Both Gandalf and the Balrog shouted in unison, causing the Fellowship to step back in shock. "The bridge is the final seal," Gandalf explained quickly, sweat beading on his brow from the effort of containment. "When it falls, Ron and I must fall with it, using our combined power to forge a new prison in the depths. It is the only way understanding dawned in Aragorn's eyes first." "This was never about good versus evil," he said softly. "The greatest battles rarely are," the Balrog responded, its voice carrying both wisdom and resignation. The bridge began to crumble, and with it, the last moments of their secret pact. As the Fellowship retreated, they witnessed something few in Middle-earth's history had ever seen: a Balrog and an Astari working together, their combined powers creating a display of light, and shadow that would be remembered in song for ages to come. As the bridge gave way, Gandalf and Elrond fell together into the abyss, their powers intertwined in one final, desperate attempt to contain the ancient evil. Their sacrifice would remain largely unknown, their true story untold, but in the depths of Moria, two former brothers in arms fulfilled their duty to the end, proving that sometimes the greatest acts of heroism are the ones that history never records. The Fellowship fled Moria carrying a truth that would forever change their understanding of good and evil, while far below, in darkness unimaginable, two of the most powerful beings in Middle-earth continued their eternal vigil, guardians of a secret that could never see the light of day. Story 7. Time shattered like crystal in the depths of Moria when Gandalf's staff met the Balrog's flame-wreathed sword. The impact sent ripples through the fabric of reality itself, and in that moment, the ancient stones of Moria remembered. They remembered the First Age, the wars of Beleriand, and the days when both beings before them walked in the light of the two trees. The Fellowship watched in horror as both Gandalf and the Balrogs seemed to flicker and fade, their forms becoming translucent against the darkness of the chasm. What the watching companions couldn't see was that each blow exchanged between the two Mire was tearing holes in time itself, pulling them through the ages of Middle-earth. The first shift came without warning. One moment, they fought on the bridge of Moria. The next they stood amid the blazing ruins of Gondolin. The white walls of the hidden city burned around them, and the screams of its people filled the air. The Balrog paused mid-strike, memories flooding back as it recognized itself leading the charge against the city's defenders. You remember this day, don't you, Gothrog? Gandalf's voice carried both sadness and steel as he used the Balrog's name from that terrible battle. I watched from the halls of Mandos as you led your brethren against the innocent. The Balrog's flames flickered with what might have been uncertainty. I remember glory, it growled, but its voice wavered. I remember purpose. Before either could speak further, reality shifted again. The burning walls of Gondolin dissolved into the vast plains before Angband in the War of Wrath. Above them, winged dragons dueled with great eagles amid clouds tinged red with fire, while below, the armies of the Valar clashed with Morgoth's forces in their final, devastating battle. Here, they saw their younger selves Olrin, not yet Gandalf, counseling the leaders of the Valar's host, while the being that would become the Balrog of Moria stood among Morgoth's lieutenants, its armor still bearing traces of the nobility it had possessed in Valinor. We were so certain then, the Balrog spoke, its voice carrying an echo of memory. So sure of our choices, their battle continued through the time stream, each clash of weapons sending them spinning through history. They fought amid the rising towers of Inmenor, witnessed its glory and its fall. They passed through the forging of the rings of power, seeing Celebrimber's work in all its fateful beauty. Each moment showed them a different facet of their shared history, their intertwined destinies. In the last alliance of elves and men, they paused their combat to watch as Sauron fell to Isildur's blade. Even the mightiest can fall, Gandalf observed, though whether he spoke of Sauron, the Balrog, or himself remained unclear. The Balrog's response was thoughtful, its flames burning lower. And the fallen can rise again, can they not, Olrin? Is that not why you walk in the form of an old man, hiding your true power? Their battle renewed, but now each blow carried the weight of understanding. They were no longer simply enemies fighting in the present, but ancient beings grappling with the long thread of their shared history. As they fought through time, witnesses to the ages of Middle-earth, the nature of their conflict began to change. The Balrog's strikes became less about destruction and more about questioning. Gandalf's defenses turned to demonstrations rather than mere protection. They saw the founding of the Shire, the rise of Arnor and Gondor, the long peace and the growing shadow. Through it all, their perspectives shifted and merged, each gaining insight into the other's journey through time. In a moment of crystal clarity, they found themselves in Valinor itself, before the poisoning of the two trees. Here, they saw themselves as they once were both Mire of all, working together in the great forges. The Balrog's flames dimmed as it watched its former self, still bright and uncorrupted, sharing wisdom with the being that would become Gandalf. "We crafted wonders together once," Gandalf said softly, lowering his staff slightly. Before pride and power called, the Balrog responded, its voice carrying the weight of ages. The scene shifted one final time, bringing them back to the bridge of Moria. But now both beings were changed by their journey through time. The Fellowship, for whom only moments had passed, saw only the surface of their conflict, a wizard facing a demon. They couldn't perceive the deeper battle being fought, one of ideology and choice, of redemption and understanding. It need not end as it began, Gandalf offered, even as cracks appeared in the bridge beneath them. "The ages have shown us many paths." The Balrog's flames surged, but there was hesitation in its stance. "Some paths," it rumbled, "once taken, cannot be retraced." "You know this." Olrin, the bridge crumbled beneath them, and as they fell into the abyss, time continued to swirl around them. They fought as they fell through darkness and light, through past and present, through what was and what could have been. Their battle descended into the deepest places of the world, where time itself had no meaning. The Fellowship fled Moria carrying the image of Gandalf falling with the Balrog into shadow, but they couldn't know the true nature of that combat. For Gandalf and his ancient adversary, it was more than a battle. It was a journey through the very history that had shaped them both, a confrontation with all the choices that had led them to this moment. In the depths beneath Moria, where time flowed like water and memory like fire, two beings who had witnessed the entire history of Middle-earth continued their age-old dance. Their conflict would eventually end, but its true resolution would be written not just in victory or defeat, but in understanding born from witnessing the full tapestry of time that had brought them both to this point. And in the darkness below Moria, where the very rocks remembered the music of the Aenir, a wizard and a Balrog learned that sometimes the greatest battles are fought not with weapons, but with wisdom earned through ages of existence. Their fall through darkness became a journey through time itself, each moment revealing that even in the greatest conflicts, there lies the seed of understanding if one has the courage to see it. Story 8. In the deepest reaches of Moria, where shadow and flame danced upon ancient stone, two immortal beings faced each other across a chasm of time. The air crackled with power, heavy with the weight of countless millennia, but heavier still with the truth that both Gandalf and the Balrog had discovered independently. Immortality exacted a terrible price. The Fellowship huddled behind pillars, watching their guide face the ancient demon, unaware that they witnessed not just a battle between light and darkness, but a confrontation between two different approaches to the burden of eternal existence. Gandalf's eyes met the Balrog's flame-wreathed form, and in that moment, recognition passed between them. Not of their shared origin in Valinor, but of their shared curse, the gradual erosion of immortal memory with each great expenditure of power. How many battles do you remember clearly in Ogle? Gandalf's voice carried across the chamber, using the name the Balrog had taken after its fall. How many memories have you sacrificed to maintain your flame? The Balrog's response came as a rumble that shook loose stones from the ceiling. Enough to know that terror preserves what gentle remembrance cannot. Olrin, the creature's flames intensified, casting wild shadows that seemed to dance with memories of ages past. Each scream, each moment of horror I inflict, burns itself into my eternal memory. Their confrontation began not with violence, but with a shared remembrance. Both recalled the moment of their terrible discovery that immortality was not the pure gift they had once believed it to be. Each major battle, each great working of power, consumed not just their strength, but fragments of their eternal memories. Gandalf's staff glowed with a light that seemed to push back time itself. "I remember the day I discovered the truth," he said, his voice heavy with the weight of ages. "It was after the Battle of Fernost. When the fighting ended, I could no longer recall the face of Arundel as he sailed across the evening sky. The Balrog's whip cracked against the stone, but there was purpose behind its violence. Each strike carved runes of terror and pain into the rock, a crude but effective method of preserving memories through the fear they inspired in others. Your way leads only to darkness," Gandalf continued, even as he raised his staff in defense. "I chose to accept the fading, to see it as part of the gift we were given, the ability to change, to grow, to become something new with each passing age. And what has your acceptance brought you?" The Balrog challenged, its voice like crackling flames. "You forget, while I remember. Every scream, every burn, every moment of terror I create becomes an anchor for my memories. The fear of others sustains me." Their battle began in earnest then, but it was unlike any conflict the watching fellowship could comprehend. Each spell cast, each blow exchanged, carried with it the weight of choice, the decision of which memories to preserve and which to sacrifice. As Gandalf's magic clashed with the Balrog's flame, fragments of their memories materialized in the air around them. The Fellowship glimpsed visions of ancient battles, of the forging of the world, of the music of the Aenir itself. But with each powerful spell, these visions grew dimmer, fading like old parchment exposed to harsh light. "You fear the fading," Gandalf observed, deflecting a strike of the Balrog's whip. "But in clinging to your memories through terror, you've forgotten why we were given this gift of eternal life in the first place." The Balrog's response was a roar that held notes of both rage and desperation. "I remember what you've forgotten, Ol Rin. I remember the faces of every Maya who stood with us in Valinor. I remember the exact sound of All's hammer on his anvil. I remember, but with each boast, with each demonstration of its terrible power, more memories slipped away from the Balrog. The very force it used to preserve its past was consuming it, like a flame that devours its own fuel. Their conflict reached its climax on the bridge of Moria, where the narrow span forced them to confront each other directly. The Fellowship watched in awe as light and shadow clashed, unaware that each spectacular display of power came at the cost of precious memories. "You cannot win," the Balrog declared, its flames reaching to the ceiling. "Each victory costs you another piece of yourself." Gandalf stood firm, his staff blazing with white light. "You're wrong, old friend. It is not the memories we keep that define us, but the choices we make in the present. I choose to protect these lands, these people, even at the cost of remembering the glory of ages past." The bridge cracked beneath them, and in that moment, both beings understood the true price of their immortality. The Balrog had preserved its memories through terror and pain, becoming a creature of pure destruction. Gandalf had accepted the fading, allowing himself to become something new with each passing age. As they fell together into the abyss, their battle continued not just with flame and magic, but with the very nature of their immortal existence. The Fellowship fled, carrying with them a glimpse of a conflict far deeper than they could comprehend. In the darkness below Moria, two immortal beings continued their battle, each strike exchanging not just power, but memories. The Balrog fought to preserve its unchanging nature through terror, while Gandalf embraced the transformation that came with loss. Their fall through darkness became a journey through the very nature of immortality itself. In the depths of the earth, where time held little meaning, they would learn the final truth about eternal life, that perhaps the greatest strength lay not in preserving what was, but in having the courage to become what could be. And so they fell, two beings wrestling not just with each other, but with the fundamental question of immortality itself. Was it better to cling desperately to every memory, or to accept that even eternal life must change with the passing of ages? The answer would be found not in victory or defeat, but in the very nature of their endless existence. Story 9, deep within the ancient halls of Moria, where darkness had reigned unchallenged for centuries, the very stones held their breath. Fire in all its forms was about to reveal its true nature through two beings who had mastered its essence in profoundly different ways. The Balrog, Morn-Kech, the Flame Heart, had spent millennia in the depths, not merely nurturing its destructive fire, but achieving an understanding of flame that went beyond mere destruction. In its solitude, it had discovered that fire was memory, was life itself, was the very essence of creation and transformation. Its flames had become a language, writing stories of power and terror on the walls of its dark domain. Gandalf, bearing Narya, the Ring of Fire, felt the resonance as soon as he entered Moria. This was not the crude confrontation he had anticipated. The air itself seemed to vibrate with ancient knowledge of flame, and the wizard recognized patterns in the Balrog's burning presence that spoke of sophisticated mastery rather than mindless destruction. The Fellowship huddled behind ancient columns, watching as their guide stood before the creature of shadow and flame. What they couldn't see was the intricate dance of power already beginning, subtle flames weaving between the two beings, testing, tasting, recognizing a shared understanding of fire's true nature. You've learned much in your solitude. Morn-Kech, Gandalf spoke, his voice carrying both respect and caution. The flames speak of wisdom. Though turned to dark purpose, the Balrog's response came not in words, but in a display of breathtaking control. Its flames separated into distinct ribbons of color, deep blues of hottest rage, golden threads of ancient knowledge, crimson streams of raw power. Each told a different story, a different aspect of fire's nature that it had mastered in its long isolation. Gandalf raised his staff, and Narya glowed on his hand in response. His own flames emerged, more subtle, but no less potent white fire that spoke of purification, golden flames that whispered of preservation and protection. The two beings began their dance, each movement a statement in an ancient argument about the true purpose of fire. The Balrog's whip cracked, but not with mere destruction. Each strike left patterns of flame in the air, complex symbols that burned with meaning. Fire consumes. Its voice rumbled through the chamber, but in consumption, it reveals the truth of all things. Gandalf's counter was elegant, a weave of flame that transformed the Balrog's symbols, not destroying them, but revealing different meanings within them. Fire illuminates, he responded, and in illumination, we find purpose beyond destruction. Their battle transformed the great hall into a canvas of light and shadow. The Fellowship watched in awe as flames took shapes they had never imagined possible, architectures of light, cascading towers of fire, bridges of pure energy that connected and transformed. Each exchange was both combat and conversation, a debate conducted in the language of flame itself. The Balrog's mastery showed in how it used the very darkness of the hall to enhance its flames. Shadows became part of its palette, creating depths and dimensions that spoke of its millennia of study. You cannot deny the beauty in destruction, it challenged, sending a wave of fire that transformed the air into a tapestry of falling stars. But Gandalf's response revealed his own deep understanding. Narya's power flowed through him, and his flames danced with a purpose that went beyond mere survival. Beauty need not come at the cost of ruin, he demonstrated, his fire weaving through the Balrog's display, creating harmony from chaos, finding order in destruction. Their dance led them to the bridge of Moria, where the narrow space demanded even greater control and precision. Here, their flames intertwined more intimately, each strand of fire-carrying meanings that only they could read. Memories of Valinor, echoes of the first music, the very essence of what fire had meant before the marring of Arda. You remember, the Balrog's flames spoke in patterns of gold and shadow, how we shaped fire in the beginning. Before darkness claimed its share, Gandalf's response came in spirals of white flame that spoke of hope and renewal, and we can shape it still if we choose. Fire need not only destroy, it can forge, can heal, can transform. The bridge became their final stage, where their mastery of flame reached its crescendo. The Balrog's power surged, its flames telling stories of ages past, of battles fought, of knowledge gained in darkness. Gandalf matched it with his own fire, weaving tales of protection, of wisdom preserved, of light maintained against the darkness. When the bridge finally cracked beneath them, their fall into the abyss became another chapter in their flame-written story. As they plunged into darkness, their fires illuminated truths that neither had fully grasped before, that perhaps fire's greatest power lay not in either destruction or preservation alone, but in the eternal dance between the two. The Fellowship fled Moria carrying visions of a battle between light and darkness, but they had witnessed something far more profound, a debate about the very nature of fire itself, conducted by two masters who had spent ages understanding its deepest mysteries. And in the darkness below, Gandalf and the Balrog continued their dance of flames, each movement adding to their shared understanding of fire's true nature. Their battle would end eventually, but the knowledge they had demonstrated, the mastery they had revealed, would become part of the very legend of Middle-earth, a testament to how even the most fundamental forces of nature held depths that few had imagined possible. In the end, their confrontation proved that true mastery of fire came not from domination, but from understanding, and that perhaps the greatest flames were those that illuminated the truth, rather than those that sought only to consume. Story 10, in the heart of Lothlorien, beneath the ethereal glow of Melorn trees, Gandalf the Grey stood before the mirror of Galadriel. The surface of the water rippled with images that would have broken a lesser being's spirit. There, in the depths of the ancient mirror, he saw his own fate, a battle with shadow and flame in the depths of Moria, a fall through endless darkness, and a transformation that would reshape his very essence. This vision came to him 3 months before the Fellowship would form, before 9 walkers would set out from Rivendell with the fate of Middle-earth, hanging by the slender thread of a hobbit's courage. The knowledge of his impending sacrifice weighed heavily upon the wizard's shoulders, yet he knew it was a burden he must bear alone. Lady Galadriel's voice whispered in his mind, gentle yet powerful as starlight. "You need not take this path, Mithrandir. The future shown in the mirror is but one of many possibilities, but Gandalf had seen more than just his fall. He had witnessed what lay beyond a transformation necessary not just for his own journey, but for the salvation of all Middle-earth. The Balrog of Moria would be both his ending and his beginning. As the Fellowship journeyed south, each step brought Gandalf closer to his foreseen destiny. He watched his companions with eyes that held both love and sorrow, Frodo's quiet determination, Aragorn's hidden nobility, Boromir's conflicted honor, the simple joy of the other hobbits. Each moment with them became precious, knowing they were numbered. The entrance to Moria loomed before them, and Gandalf felt the weight of prophecy pressing down upon him. The doors opened not just to a dark kingdom under the mountain, but to the path of his transformation. As they ventured deeper into the ancient halls, he began to recognize landmarks from his vision: a broken statue here, a particular pattern of cracks in the wall there. Each familiar sight was another step toward his destined encounter. In quiet moments while the fellowship rested, Gandalf's mind returned to what he had seen in the mirror. The Balrog he would face was no mere creature of shadow and flame, but a being he had known in Valinor, before the marring of Arda. And Rithan, it had been called then Flamemaker in the ancient tongue. They had worked together in the forges of All, crafting wonders that would now be only remembered in legend. The deeper they ventured into Moria, the more Gandalf could feel the presence of his ancient brother in power. The Balrog's corruption resonated with the lingering memory of what it had once been, creating a dissonance that made the very stones of Moria shudder. Yet within that discord, Gandalf sensed the possibility of harmony, not of redemption, perhaps, but of purpose. Their coming battle would be more than just a clash between light and darkness. It would be a transformative ritual for them both. When the drums began to echo through the halls of Moria, Gandalf felt an almost painful clarity. Each beat matched the rhythm of his heart, counting down to the moment he had foreseen. The Fellowship's flight through the darkened halls was both desperate and predetermined, every turn and every pause orchestrated by fate itself. As they reached the bridge of Moria, time seemed too slow. The Balrog's emergence from the shadows was exactly as he had seen it in the mirror, terrible and magnificent, a being of ancient power corrupted, but not diminished. The heat of its presence sent waves of memory through Gandalf's mind. The light of the two trees, the music of the Aenir, the unspoiled beauty of Arda before the first note of discord. "You cannot pass." His words echoed through the chamber, carrying power not just in their command, but in their acceptance of what was to come. The Fellowship watched in horror as their guide stood alone against the ancient demon, unaware that this confrontation had been written in the waters of Galadriel's mirror months before. The battle that followed was both physical and metaphysical. Each clash of staff against flame was a step in a dance choreographed by destiny itself. The Balrog's whip snaked through the air, its crack like the breaking of the world, but Gandalf stood firm, knowing that his fall would be his ascension. "I am a servant of the secret fire, wielder of the flame of Anor." His declaration was not just a statement of power, but a reminder to himself of what lay beyond the darkness he would soon face. The secret fire, the flame imperishable, would be his guide through the transformation to come. When the bridge cracked beneath them, Gandalf felt no fear. His last words to the Fellowship, "Fly, you fools," carried not desperation, but necessity. They needed to believe his fall was tragedy rather than transformation, needed to carry the weight of loss to forge them into what they must become. The fall into darkness was exactly as he had foreseen: endless, terrible, yet filled with purpose. The Balrog's flames illuminated their descent like a falling star, and in that light, Gandalf began his transformation. They fought as they fell, through darkness and fire, through time and space, through death and rebirth. What the Fellowship would never know was that their guide had chosen this path willingly, had walked knowingly toward this sacrifice with the courage that comes from perfect understanding. His fall in Moria was not an end, but a beginning, not a defeat, but a transcendence. And so Gandalf the Grey fell into shadow, carrying with him the knowledge that he would return as something greater, something necessary for the battles to come. His sacrifice was not just his own, it was a gift to all of Middle-earth, a transformation born of foresight and acceptance, of wisdom and necessity. For in the depths of Galadriel's mirror, He had seen not just his fall, but his return. Not just darkness, but the white light that would follow. Not just death, but the rebirth that would help guide Middle-earth through its darkest hour. His was a sacrifice made with full knowledge and acceptance, a destiny embraced rather than merely endured.